Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. It's good to be with you here on this Wednesday, April 29th. We are broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at KSC, looking out over some calm waters between our cameras and Historic Launch Complex 39A, where a Falcon Heavy rocket standing tall in the launch position, getting ready to send a 6-ton spacecraft called the Viasat-3 F3, otherwise referred to as Flight 3, satellite on its way to a geosynchronous transfer orbit. SpaceX, once again, like it had on Monday, has an 85-minute-long window of opportunity for the launch today, opening up at 10:13 a.m. Eastern Time, or 14:13 UTC for those joining around the world. This will be a long mission for SpaceX, which may be a little hard to see with the lighting, but if you go full screen on whatever device you're watching or make it as big as possible, you can see just above the top of the two side boosters where the second stage begins. There's a gray protective thermal band around the upper stage of the rocket that's there to make sure that the fuel on the rocket's upper stage, the RP-1, which is a rocket-grade kerosene, stays at the proper temperature during a roughly 4-hour-long coast phase for this mission. It's important, of course, that it doesn't freeze during the period in between the second burn and the release of the satellite. There will be one final burn to put the upper stage on the correct trajectory for the release of the Viasat-3 F3 spacecraft. That'll happen about 4 hours, 47 minutes after liftoff. But of course, we'll go through the full timeline here in due course. First off, I want to thank the more than 700 of you who are watching along with us live this morning. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage of the 12th Falcon Heavy rocket to take flight to date. Assuming, of course, that the weather decides to play ball this morning. As you look out a little bit wider over the Space Coast, you can see some clouds bubbling up. Meteorologists with the 45th Weather Squadron did forecast a 90% chance for favorable weather with today's launch, and we'll wait and see how things materialize. During the course of the countdown on Monday for the launch attempt of this mission, SpaceX did post about the weather a couple of times and note the percentage that it was for favorability as the clock ticked forward. So hopefully we'll get an update from them in the next little bit to let us know where we are in real time, as they are, again, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, less than 2 hours away from their literal window of opportunity. Want to thank our moderators in the chat who are helping us out today, to Jeff Hansen and M. Teresa being with us. You can help their job be that much easier just by following our live chat rules. We ask that you please post your message in English so that the moderators can respond as appropriate. There is, these days, lots going on in our world, but we kindly ask that you refrain from delving into topics of overt politics or religion. Plenty of other forums for that. This is not one of them, however. Also, please, as you post your message, we ask that you not type it in all caps. Emojis are perfectly fine. We would just ask that you not create a huge block of them so it takes up a large percentage of the live chat. Also, emoji-coded innuendo will be watched out for by our moderators, so we also ask that you steer clear of anything incendiary in that regard. And last but not least, we ask that you treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated. We'll all get along swimmingly. We've got the full team out for this mission in support of our coverage of the Falcon Heavy rocket. Our editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of the broadcast today. Also, be sure to follow our photography team. You can find them at their handles here on X. John is at John Pisani Photo. Adam is at Aburn NYC. Michael at MD Kane Jr. And be sure to follow Spaceflight Now simply at Spaceflight Now. We are also on Threads, Blue Sky, and Facebook for those of you who are not on X. We are also joined today by our friends Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions, as well as Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. You'll see their camera views as we roll on through the count today. We've got folks scattered around for multiple perspectives of the flight of the Falcon Heavy rocket, again, assuming a good liftoff today, and SpaceX has better weather luck than they did on Monday. As mentioned, this mission is dubbed the Viasat-3 F3 flight on behalf of communications company Viasat. This is the third and final of their Viasat-3 satellites, which will head up into geostationary orbit. This particular satellite set to operate at the 155.58 degrees east position once it completes its orbit raising, which should take about 2 months following the deployment of the satellite after liftoff. The second of the 3 satellites that launched on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket, that was back in November of last year, that is getting ready to enter service. Viasat taking a very cautious and methodical approach to the various checkouts and deployments needed to allow that satellite to enter service following the on-orbit anomaly that they had with their first Viasat-3 satellite, which caused, unfortunately, a quite notable decrease in its capabilities on orbit. That was the Viasat-3 Americas satellite, which launched on one of the previous 11 Falcon Heavy rockets to fly so far. That was back in first half of 2023, the last time we saw Viasat fly on a Falcon Heavy. That was a fully expendable version of a Falcon Heavy, by the way, for those who were not here or not following the program at the time. Today, SpaceX does fully intend to recover the 2 side boosters on the vehicle. One of them, B-1075, is flying for its 22nd time, and B-1072 is making its second outing. B-1072 flew once before in support of another Falcon Heavy mission. It was one of the side boosters that was used to fly the NOAA weather satellite called GOES-U when it was on the ground. Once deployed into orbit, it became GOES-19. Taking a look back at our live chat here as we roll on through the early portion of the broadcast today. I want to thank one of our channel members, Cumulus Granatus, for being in the chat with us to help answer folks' questions as we go throughout the broadcast. Speaking of channel members, they are the backbone of Spaceflight Now that help provide the support for all of these live launch broadcasts and other special live coverage that we do here at Spaceflight Now. So big thanks to folks like Marco Gennari, Mark P., Sulfur for Lunch. Let's see who else we've got here this morning. Butterfly is with us today. Bit of an odd hour right at the start of the workday for many folks, so expect our member community to build out a little bit more as we go throughout the course of the coverage. We've got Lloyd Green and Jim Fowley in the chat as well this morning. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like the Artemis 2 mission patch. And eventually, once a design is released, we will likely have the SpaceX Crew 13 patch in the chat space as well. Actually, they did release the design for it. It's kind of a nifty piece. It pays homage to the Apollo 13 patch with the golden color scheme of, in the case of the Crew 13 patch, a golden dragon sitting atop the Earth. If you want to read up more on the legacy of those two patches, both the Crew 13 as well as the Apollo 13 patch, and how Crew 13 is paying homage to the Apollo era mission, Robert Perlman from Collect Space has a great article on that, so I'd highly encourage you to check that out if you want to learn more about how those two tie together. Channel membership also affords you access to our member-only videos here on YouTube, like our recently posted time-lapse of the rollout of the core stage for the Artemis 3 mission from the Pegasus barge to the vehicle assembly building here at the Kennedy Space Center. It'll also get you discounts at our online, or I mentioned the shop, but our Discord server, our members-only Discord server, and our community there, which allows you to keep in touch with all of your fellow channel members here in between the live launch opportunities. Time now currently T-minus 1 hour, 45 minutes, 56 seconds, and counting. The Falcon boosters that are supporting this mission today, all, well, 2 out of the 3 have flight heritage. The center core is flying for the first time, and as we've seen with the majority of Falcon Heavy center cores, there will not be an attempt to recover it with today's flight. Given that the booster with the most flight time on it, B1075, is making its 22nd flight, it's not quite enough to merit a spot on the Falcon frequent flyers list. here's where things currently stand with the most flown boosters from the SpaceX fleet right now. SpaceX is working to certify its Falcon boosters for up to 40 flights apiece. Same is true with the payload fairings as well. T-minus 1 hour, 43 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. We'll talk about the trajectory for today's mission at least a couple times throughout the course of the broadcast as more and more of you find your way into our live coverage, since this is a distinct profile. Before we get to the trajectory, though, let's go ahead and talk about the payload that is on board this Falcon Heavy rocket. A 6-ton satellite called Viasat-3 Flight 3, the third and final of the Viasat-3 series. This one is set to service the region of the globe in the Indo-Pacific part of the world, an important region for Viasat on a commercial basis, since it's an area where they service quite a few airline customers with this Ka-band satellite. As you can see with the solar arrays extended, it has a wingspan of about 144 feet tip to tip. This satellite is built on a Boeing platform, their high-power 702 MP Plus platform. Much of the manufacturing work was done at their El Segundo facility in California. As you can see with this video animation from Viasat, the benefit of having this spacecraft as part of their fleet is that it will add, as planned, about 1 terabit per second of capacity to their customer base. And we'll have part of our interview we did with their VP of Satellite Systems to explain more about the thought behind this particular satellite, why they chose to operate in the geospace as well. Let this animation run one more time just so you can see the full deployed view of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. Again, satellite deployment is expected roughly 5 hours after liftoff of the Falcon Heavy rocket. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. In an update from SpaceX within the last 30 seconds, the company reports, quote, all systems are looking good for Falcon Heavy's launch of the Viasat-3 F3 mission from Florida. The 85-minute window opens at 10:13 a.m. Eastern, which, of course, we knew that. And they add at the end, quote, teams are keeping an eye on the weather. As the meteorologists with the 45th Weather Squadron had described in their forecast published yesterday, they are watching the possible presence of a front moving in, which you can see from this loop from NOAA's Goes East satellite, pushing its way over the Florida Peninsula, and right at the tail end there you can see it starting to really sit on top of us here at Florida's Space Coast. As mentioned, there's an 85-minute window for SpaceX to launch this mission, so they do have some wiggle room, but as you can tell, the layer of clouds that's pushing towards us does not appear to be much thinner on the backside. If anything, it looks like it may deteriorate as time goes on. So we will watch to see how this plays out. If SpaceX, like they did on Monday, decides to make a run at this at the opening of the window when conditions appear to be their most optimal. We'll let you know about further updates to the weather as they become available. Coming to the trajectory for this mission, as we're sitting about 1 hour 37.5 minutes away from the opening of the window today. The Falcon Heavy rocket will, of course, be taking off from Historic Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center. With a mission heading to GEO, the rocket will fly out away from Florida's Space Coast on a easterly trajectory. What is new and distinct here with the recovery of the side boosters is once they do separate from the upper stage, they will come back and diverge with their landings, with one heading to landing zone 2, as we've seen with previous Falcon Heavy missions, but the other heading to landing zone 40, adjacent to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Space Launch Complex 40, where the vast majority of SpaceX launches happen these days. As part of the work that the U.S. Space Force has been doing to increase the ability for commercial launch providers to operate at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, they ended the lease, or the lease was allowed to expire for SpaceX's access at Landing Zone 1. Their access to Landing Zone 2 will continue for the foreseeable future, however, to allow for missions like this, with the Falcon Heavy needing to land its 2 side boosters in order to preserve the current cost structure for Falcon Heavy and make it as reusable of a vehicle as possible. And until SpaceX has another dedicated landing zone adjacent to one of their launch pads, this will be the operating practice for the company for the Falcon Heavy booster landings. For landings that are just a single Falcon booster, like we saw with the launch of the SpaceX Crew 12 mission or the NG-24 flight, those will, as currently planned, typically use just landing zone 40. However, of course, if there is a opportunity where landing zone 40 is occupied from a previous landing, they can always put a booster down at landing zone 2 if absolutely necessary. There are at least a couple more Falcon Heavy rockets that are on the docket for this year. No earlier than July will be the launch of an Astrobotic Griffin lander. Once upon a time, Griffin was designed to bring the Viper rover to the surface of the moon. However, for a variety of reasons, those plans were scrapped. Viper is now going to fly on a Blue Origin Blue Moon Mark 1 cargo lander. That mission's set to fly later this year as well. In its stead, when the Falcon Heavy launches with the Griffin 1 mission, it will instead take Venturi Astrolab's Flip rover to the moon, along with some other payloads. The other big Falcon Heavy mission, which is currently on the public schedule, is the launch of NASA's Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, currently up at the Goddard Spaceflight Center in Maryland. Major integration was completed for the spacecraft, and it's going through its final checkouts there up at Goddard before it's transported down here to Florida for final pre-launch processing, fueling, encapsulation, and then a launch. As Administrator Isaacman said during a House budget hearing yesterday, or there have been a number of budget hearings. I think this one was actually in front of the Senate. Yes, I believe it was a Senate budget hearing. The administrator mentioned that there could be a launch of Roman as early as August. Right now it's slated for the September timeframe, but I would say mark that in pencil on your calendar. There are, of course, also missions from the United States Space Force that are designated to the Falcon Heavy rocket, which, depending on timing for the schedule for the National Security Space Launch, or NSSL program, we could see potentially one of those fly this year, but timing is uncertain on those. SpaceX has put the operations here at Launch Complex 39A in reserve for both Falcon Heavy as well as preparations for the Starship program, which you can see the Starship launch and catch tower to the right with a crane that is positioned away from the tower. During a remote camera refresh yesterday, had the opportunity to go out to the pad and watch a lot of great photographers make sure all their cameras were tuned up, batteries charged, in focus, and aligned the way that they were hoping. It was also a good opportunity to get a couple of different angles and see all the work that's been happening out at Launch Complex 39A as the buses roll by. A lot of work happening on the Starship Tower, which of course will fly future missions potentially as soon as this year. First launch date has not been announced for this pad. We're also still awaiting a launch date of the first version 3 Starship rocket out of Starbase, Texas. That could be coming as soon as next month. In a sort of docu-series style video published by SpaceX, they went through some of the testing that has been done on both the Super Heavy booster as well as the Starship upper stage that are designated to fly the first launch of a V3 rocket, or a version 3. During both of the static fire tests of the Super Heavy booster, both in its 10 engine as well as its 33 engine configuration, as it was going through the various testing profiles, there were some ground system issues that came up, so unclear if SpaceX intends to perform another 33 engine static fire with its booster before it goes into the flow of integration on the road to a launch attempt. It is fully expected that Flight 12 of Starship, of the fully integrated rocket, will be a suborbital flight, as we've seen with all other Starship flights so far. SpaceX's Bill Gerstenmaier, the Vice President of Build and Flight Reliability, says that assuming a good launch of V3 on Flight 12, that they may attempt an orbital launch with Flight 13. TBD on that. Obviously, there's a lot that is still outstanding that needs to be known about the rocket and how it performs on this upcoming suborbital flight. Presumably, there will need to be at least one good launch of Starship before we see it fly here in Florida. That's based on comments made by Kiko Donchev, the Vice President of Launch for SpaceX, when he spoke at the Space Coast Symposium. In his comments to the business community here in Brevard County, he mentioned that the testing and ringing out of Starship would be happening down at Starbase, and unlike with some other rocket programs, that once Starship comes here to Florida, that there would be a well-vetted and understood launch vehicle. So we'll see what that means in practice once Starship starts arriving and going through its pre-launch on the road to its first launch. Time now T-minus 1 hour, 27 minutes and counting to the planned liftoff of the Falcon Heavy rocket from Launch Complex 39A. For those of you who are eager for even more launch activity beyond what will hopefully be a good flight of the Falcon Heavy this morning, there is a Starlink mission on tap from Vandenberg Space Force Base tonight. That mission, the Starlink 17-36 flight, has a window that opens up at 7 p.m. Pacific. Of course, there will be some refinement of the window as we get closer to that launch. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 22 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. We've shown you a graphical representation of the satellites of the satellite singular that is flying today, if all goes well with the weather. Here's a couple of photos of the Viasat-3 F3 spacecraft as it was going through its test campaign at Boeing's El Segundo facility in California. You also may be noticing some venting that is happening over from the strongback there at Launch Complex 39A. This is typical for what we would expect to see at this point in the count here at 39A, where they do some early chilling of the lines there. This vent should run around to the 1 hour mark or so. This is not the big vent that we will see later on in the count prior to upper stage loading of liquid oxygen, however. One other thing worth noting about pad 39A as we are watching this vent here, while, as I mentioned, the majority of launches from this particular pad this year will be Falcon Heavy rockets, we do expect to see at least one Falcon 9 launch, and that would be in support of the Intuitive Machines IM-3 mission, which will send one of their Nova C landers on their way to the moon. Because that lander needs to be fueled at the pad, that capability only exists right now at Launch Complex 39A, and so we'll see at least one conversion from the Heavy to Falcon 9 configuration later this year. Now T-minus 1 hour, 19 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. We're approaching the start of some of the major milestones for the fueling campaign of the Falcon Heavy rocket. So before we get into the meat and potatoes of the mission timeline this morning, I want to go ahead and talk about the fueling timeline today. First off, though, I want to thank the more than 1,500 of you who are watching along with us live. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live, hopefully, launch coverage today. Moving on to the promised countdown timeline, things will really get underway once the SpaceX launch director confirms that they are go to proceed into prop load. Unlike a Falcon 9 rocket where fueling starts at the T-minus 35 minute mark, with 3 boosters to tank. Timeline's a little bit elongated here, and things get underway with a loading of RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene, on board the 3 boosters, beginning at about the 50-minute mark before planned liftoff. T-minus 45 minutes is when the liquid oxygen starts to flow on board the 3 boosters. At the start time of a Falcon 9 tanking, T-minus 35 minutes, that's when upper stage RP-1 loading will begin on the Falcon Heavy. A little bit after that, we'll see the LOX begin to flow on the upper stage as well. At around T-minus 22 minutes 30 seconds is when we should start to see the big vent begin, as SpaceX chills the feed lines prior to loading the LOX on the upper stage. T-minus 7 minutes, similar to a Falcon 9 rocket launch, we'll see the engine chill of the 27 Merlin 1D engines that make up the set of boosters for the Falcon Heavy rocket. SpaceX flows a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, and that helps to protect those engines from thermal shock and damage at startup. At around T-minus 6 minutes and 30 seconds is when the first stage kerosene load should be complete across the boosters. About 4.5 minutes before liftoff, the strong back retraction should get underway. The clamp arms beneath the payload fairings will open up, and then the transporter erector, otherwise referred to as the strong back, that will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon Heavy rocket. It will stay in that position up to liftoff, and then at that point it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion, clearing the way for the vertical climb of this Falcon Heavy. T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds is about when the side booster's LOX load is complete. The center core will wrap up its LOX load at around the 3-minute mark. Second stage LOX load will conclude at T-minus 2 minutes, and at that point the Falcon Heavy will be fully loaded with all of its propellant and liquid oxygen. Around 1 minute before liftoff, the control of the countdown will be handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon Heavy's onboard flight computers. The propellant tanks will be brought up to flight pressure at the 20-second mark. Hopefully between those two events, the SpaceX launch director will confirm a go for launch status. T-minus 45 seconds. Of course, that did not happen on Monday due to weather. We'll see how things fare today. T-minus 6 seconds is when the engine ignition command is initiated. And if all goes well, the Falcon Heavy will be released from its hold-down clamps and begin the flight of the Viasat-3 F3 mission for Viasat. Taking a look out at Space Launch Complex 40 there, that is one of the 2 landing sites for Falcon booster that will separate from the Falcon Heavy. The other booster heading out towards Landing Zone 2, also at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. In the lead up to the first launch attempt for the Viasat-3 F3 mission, we had a conversation with a member of the Viasat team to talk about the spacecraft and all the implications of having this as part of their constellation, this being the third and final of the Viasat-3 satellites. David Abrahamian, the Vice President of Satellite Systems for Viasat, was the gentleman we spoke with. You'll note that the Falcon Heavy rocket is not present in the background of the shot. It's because we conducted this conversation prior to the rocket going upright. It's horizontal at the pad, but you really can't see it in the shot. But here is part of our conversation with Dave, talking about the importance of getting this particular satellite onto orbit to round out the trio of Viasat-3 satellites.
There's a lot of significance to it. One is, getting F2 operational over the Americas provides a huge amount of capacity and very flexible capacity for the Americas, which is our home market. Adding F3 to the mix provides that same kind of capacity and flexibility over the APAC region. So we have a number of airline customers in the APAC region that are really anxious to get this capacity online so they can start serving their customers better. One of two of the hallmarks of the Viasat-3 constellation are a huge amount of just absolute capacity, but also the flexibility to put it wherever you need it, whenever you need it. So it's not like a traditional satellite, like a Viasat-1 or KA-SAT or, most of the Inmarsat fleet, where you've got a single feed per beam, beam locations are fixed, spectrum allocations are fixed, and you might overload one beam and a beam over here doesn't have anybody in it, and you can't move that capacity. The Viasat-3 system, because we're using a phased array technology in our antennas on board, and we can form a beam wherever we need it. We can allocate spectrum to it as we need it. We can put multiple beams in an area as needed. So we really don't have the issue of trapped capacity here. So it's a matter of following the demand wherever it is within that spacecraft's field of view.
And we'll have more from our conversation with Dave Abrahamian as we go on through the count and post liftoff as well. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. As mentioned, the two side boosters, B1072 and B1075, flying for a second and 20-second time, respectively, will target landings back at landing zone 40 and landing zone 2 today. In just a moment, we'll show you the camera view that we have of both of those sites. The difference in color comes in part from the angle that we're shooting at, one from down on Merritt Island looking more directly north, so don't have the sun as prominently in the field of view, and landing zone 2 is more towards the east of where our cameras are pointing, so that's why you see the distinction there. We'll have good views of those boosters as they return, assuming a good liftoff here in an hour, 6.5 minutes or so. The countdown right now is ticking down to the opening of the 85-minute window, but as SpaceX noted with the tweet about 2 hours prior to the window opening, they are keeping an eye on the weather. We'll see what they have to say about that as we get into the sub 1 hour point in the count and what their commentators note once they do begin their commentary about 15 minutes prior to the planned liftoff. Once SpaceX does begin fueling its Falcon Heavy rocket, there's no turning back. They are committing either to a launch attempt, or if things don't go their way, a scrub, as we saw on Monday. if they don't start fueling at the 50-minute point in time ahead of 10:13 a.m. Eastern, they do have an 85-minute window with which to move around. But as we showed you with the weather loop, the front that's moving through the clouds only build up more prominently as time goes on. So it's quite likely that the opening of the window will be their best shot. We'll see how this all plays out. Call for the start of prop load set to happen now, less than 10 minutes from where we're sitting at T-minus 53 minutes. Currently 1 hour and counting to the planned liftoff of SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket. For those of you who are just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of this mission from Historic Launch Complex 39A as we are awaiting the liftoff of SpaceX's 12th Falcon Heavy rocket to date. The Brevard County Emergency Operations Center has activated in support of this launch attempt today. Looking forward to hopefully a good flight of the vehicle, weather permitting. Let's take a look at the turn basin view right now as set by our John Pisani. You can see some clouds hanging around over Florida's Space Coast. The latest from SpaceX back a little while ago now, this was roughly 40 minutes ago, noted that they were keeping an eye on the weather, and so we will report any meteorological updates to you as they become available. Weather permitting, and assuming no ground systems or rocket issues from a technical perspective, the payload on board the vehicle, the Viasat-3 F3 satellite, roughly 6-ton spacecraft from Viasat built by Boeing, will be deployed to a geosynchronous transfer orbit released from the Falcon Heavy rocket roughly 5 hours after liftoff. SpaceX does have a 1 hour or 85-minute window, I should say, for this mission. We are anticipating, if all is moving along on track and weather looks acceptable, that SpaceX will make the call on the start of prop load here in about 5 minutes' time, at T-minus 53 minutes before the opening of the window and presumably the planned liftoff of the Falcon Heavy rocket. For those of you who have been with us throughout the course of the coverage, thanks for sticking around here with our launch coverage of the Falcon Heavy. If you are just joining us, welcome in. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now, and it's very good to be with you here on this Wednesday morning, April 29th. I want to thank the more than 2,300 of you who are watching along with us live at this point in the count. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button, sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live, hopefully, launch coverage. We've got views from around the press site and down on Merritt Island as well. You're looking at one of those camera views right now. This is camera from our Adam Bernstein looking northward up towards Launch Complex 39A. You can just barely see the tip of the Falcon Heavy payload fairings peeking up above the top of the tree line there. If you look near the edge of that palm and drop your eyes just to the tree line, you can see that there. To the right is the SpaceX water tower, and even further to the right is the Starship launch and catch tower. This is a view from our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. Our editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of today's broadcast, and if you're not already, be sure to follow our photography team. You can find them at their handles here on X. Michael is at MD Kane Jr., Adam at ABurn NYC, and John is at John Pisani Photo. Also be sure to follow Spaceflight Now simply at Spaceflight Now. We are also on Blue Sky, Facebook, and Threads for those of you not on X. And of course, rounding out our coverage team today is our friend Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions. The time is just now T-minus 55 minutes. In roughly 2 minutes' time, we expect the SpaceX launch director to make the call on the start of prop load, assuming teams are targeting liftoff at the opening of the window today. Unlike with a Falcon 9 rocket launch, which sees loading of RP-1, the rocket-grade kerosene, begin simultaneously with loading of liquid oxygen on board the rocket's booster, with a Falcon Heavy, there's a staggering of the fueling timeline. So once the go-ahead is given, RP-1 load on the 3 boosters starts at 15 minutes, so about 4 minutes from now. And then 5 minutes after that is when first stage liquid oxygen load is set to begin. So it will be around T-minus 43, 42 minutes when we should be able to discern that liquid oxygen load is moving forward on the boosters. And assuming that we have not heard from SpaceX at that point in the count, that'll be a good visual indication that tanking is underway on the Falcon Heavy. Taking a look at our live chat here, as we're about 30 seconds away from when the SpaceX launch director should be making that prop load call. Want to thank K2 Hat for a $2 super chat. First saying hello from Miko, Florida. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you, K2. K2 jumps back in to say many thanks to all who work so hard, the coverage, great commentary, and amazing photography. Very kind of you to say, K2. 53 minutes and counting on the clock. Again, this is the point in the count, assuming an on-time liftoff at the opening of the window, where the SpaceX launch director should have made the call on the start of prop load. On Monday, though, we did not hear from SpaceX at this point in the count, so not necessarily expecting confirmation one way or the other on fueling status just yet. If all is progressing as expected, we should hopefully hear from SpaceX around the time that liquid oxygen is beginning to flow on board the boosters. For the Falcon Heavy rocket, that's at T-minus 45 minutes, so about 7 minutes from now. Taking a quick peek back at our live chat here, thanks to Psychonaut69 for gifting a channel membership. Really appreciate that. And thanks as well to channel member Stephen Frazier for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thank you to you both. And to our 6 newest gifted members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Psychonaut and Stephen in the live chat if you haven't already. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership beyond the month you were just gifted. As a reminder, for those of you who are watching this on a replay, not live, but running it back at a later time when it's more convenient for you, first off, thanks for watching this as a replay if you're not watching this live. But you can also support us through our website, spaceflightnow.com/donate. Here we've got a good overview of how we use the YouTube super chats and the support from our channel members here on YouTube to support our endeavors here at Spaceflight Now, both with things like on-the-ground reporting, places like Houston and Goddard and beyond, as well as things that are a little bit more mundane to our operations, but critically important to making Spaceflight Now what it is. Things like data storage, which seems to be getting more expensive every time you take a look at a website. So for all of you who are able to support us financially, we have great appreciation for it. And again, you can see that overview of how those funds are allocated at spaceflightnow.com/donate. And thank you for your support. Just under 50 minutes on the clock, and currently SpaceX's clock is continuing to move forward. At this point in time, that would indicate that SpaceX has begun to load RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene, on board the boosters for the Falcon Heavy rocket. Liquid oxygen load will begin now in less than 5 minutes' time at the T-minus 45-minute mark. For those of you who were not with us earlier on in the broadcast, after we hopefully see this rocket launch in 48 minutes, 44 seconds, if all continues to go well. Coming up tonight in just about 12 and a half hours' time, SpaceX is set to launch its next Falcon 9 rocket. That mission is Starlink 17-36, carrying a batch of 25 Starlink V2 Mini optimized satellites up into low Earth orbit. Correction on that, SpaceX has since updated its website to confirm that there are only 24 Starlink satellites on that flight. 25 is the max that SpaceX can carry out from the West Coast. But it's also done this before, where it's previously noted 25 and then subsequently changed to reflect down to 24. Not entirely clear as to the reasoning behind the change, but just wanted to note that, and that has been updated and reflected on our website as well. Time now, T-minus 47 minutes and counting. Thanks to channel member Super Tech Boy for the $2 super chat, asking if we have any pictures of the core stage inside the VAB. Unfortunately, we independently do not. We shared some of the photos that our photographers captured, John and Adam, of it rolling from the Pegasus barge to the vehicle assembly building. And for our channel members, time lapse that I shot and edited together of the booster rolling out from the barge into the VAB. But so far, there has not been an opportunity for members of the press, to my knowledge, to go inside the VAB itself to get photos of the core stage within the building. However, in the course of the next few days, the core stage is set to be hoisted vertically and lowered inside to a stand inside High Bay 2 at the VAB, which, calling an audible to my colleague Stephen Young, standing beside me, if we can go to the VAB shot. Okay. We don't have that at this time. But the High Bay 2, if you're looking at the VAB from the KSC press site, it's the stand that is just adjacent to High Bay 3. There are 4 high bays across the vehicle assembly building. while the vehicle is inside high bay 2. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Teams will integrate the engine section and then subsequently the 4 RS-25 engines onto the core stage. And it will remain in that spot inside high bay 2 until such a time at which they are ready to bring it over into high bay 3 for stacking alongside the solid rocket boosters, which will go in first. Time now T-minus 44 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. At this point in the count, SpaceX should be loading liquid oxygen onto the boosters, starting with that about a minute or so ago. Hopefully we will get an update from SpaceX shortly, as well as a status update on things like the weather. Conditions looking pretty good, actually, back in the turn basin shot. Fairly clear skies at this point in time. Of course, still have 43.5 minutes on the clock, and we're watching for changes in between now and then. Assuming all goes well, in the next 8 minutes, upper stage RP-1 loading should begin. In the meantime, we'll keep our eye on the base of the rocket. Seeing a little venting spurt there. If you see where the strong back tapers in, as you bring your eyes from the base of the rocket up from the top of the ramp going up, and actually you can see a little bit of vapor beneath the engine section as well. That would seem to suggest that the LOX is flowing. We'll watch for frost line to start to form and some vapor on the booster as well, though I think I'm starting to see it. Yeah, definitely starting to see it now. If you look, again, just where the strong back tapers in, just a hair above that, you can see some wisps of vapor near the X in the SpaceX lettering on the side booster closest to us. That is B1072 in the MY position. So with that good visual indication, we can confirm, as was certainly suspected, that SpaceX is fueling its Falcon Heavy rocket and is locked into planned liftoff of the vehicle at the opening of the window at 10:13 a.m. Eastern, 14:13 UTC. T-minus 38 minutes and counting. If you're just joining us, SpaceX is in the midst of loading liquid oxygen RP-1 on the 3 Falcon boosters for its Falcon Heavy rocket. Coming up in the next few minutes, at around T-minus 35 minutes, is when second stage RP-1 loading will begin. That will be followed by the final major fueling milestone as far as the start of a tanking operation. That will happen at the T-minus 18 minute 30-second mark for liquid oxygen load to begin on the Falcon Heavy upper stage. Of course, with SpaceX now in the midst of fueling its Falcon Heavy rocket, like with what we saw on Monday, the start of fueling means SpaceX is committing to a launch attempt now at 10:13 a.m. Eastern, 14:13 UTC for those around the world. They do not have the ability to hold the count because they use a super cold densified liquid oxygen. It commits them to a very specific fueling timeline. So any potential issue from here to launch, again, should such an issue arise, would result in a scrub and a minimum of 24-hour turnaround. Taking a look at our chat here, I want to thank the more than 4,400 of you who are watching along with us live today. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button and sharing the stream to allow some more folks to find their way into this live, hopefully, launch coverage. Been just about, let's see, been just a hair more than an hour since we've heard from SpaceX as far as the latest status on the vehicle, so presumably we should get another update from them if they follow the same communications model that they used on Monday. Their last update was back at 8:32 a.m. Eastern, noting that the teams were keeping an eye on the weather. Be very curious to see if they are still trepidatious at all about the weather status for this mission. As you can see with the clock, though, milestones continue to tick on by, now at T-minus 34 minutes, 30 seconds. We're about half a minute now into the process where SpaceX is loading RP-1, their rocket-grade kerosene, on board the Falcon Heavy's upper stage. If you were not here during our discussion of this earlier in the broadcast, you'll note that the upper stage does feature a thermal protective band. That's the gray stripe that you see around the Falcon Heavy's upper stage. This is not decorative. This is designed to keep the RP-1 at the correct temperature, make sure it stays warm during an excessively long coast phase with this mission. After liftoff and the upper stage Merlin vacuum engine concludes its first burn, a little more than 8 minutes into the flight, it will coast, and this is not the long coast phase for the record, but it will coast until T plus 26 minutes and 5 seconds. There will be a brief reignition of the engine for just a little bit shy of a minute and a half. Then the upper stage will coast with the Viasat-3 F3 satellite until More than 4 hours later, at T plus 4 hours, 47 minutes, 47 seconds, when the engine will come back to life for a third and final pre-deployment burn that will put the satellite on the correct trajectory to be released, head into that geostationary transfer orbit. Pardon me, geosynchronous transfer orbit. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to read a very heartfelt message and send our condolences to Blue Vander, who says, "Hey, Spaceflight family, just wanted to send my thanks. Recently lost my wife on April 27th at 8:36 a.m. So thank you all for being such a great family to us." And again, we here at Spaceflight Now want to extend our deepest condolences and say that we're so sorry to hear that. It's incredibly difficult to lose a loved one, especially a partner in life, and so we are honored that you take some solace in being a part of our Spaceflight Now community here. And hopefully we've got a good launch on tap in about 30 minutes to help take your mind off that heavy burden. Time now T minus 24 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We're coming up to the big vent here in about 2 minutes time. That will happen ahead of the process of loading liquid oxygen on board the Falcon Heavy upper stage. Like with the Falcon 9, SpaceX needs to thermally condition the feed lines prior to letting the LOX flow. Seen some dribbles of venting from the strong back throughout the course of the countdown today, but the more prominent big vent that we see here again will happen at around T minus 22.5 minutes. And you see the start of the big vent here at Launch Complex 39A. This vent will last about 4 minutes in duration as SpaceX thermally conditions the feed lines prior to loading liquid oxygen on board the upper stage at the T minus 18 minute 30 second mark. From a fueling standpoint, things are progressing smoothly towards an on-time liftoff of the Falcon Heavy at 10:13 a.m. Eastern, 14:13 UTC for those around the world. Time now, T minus 19 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. The big vent rolls on for the next roughly minute, 10 seconds. It will then taper off and allow liquid oxygen load on the upper stage to begin. And there's the end of the big vent. Upper stage LOX load is now underway. Time now, T minus 16 minutes, 16 seconds and counting. The next major fueling milestone for the Falcon Heavy rocket is coming up at the T minus 7-minute mark, which is when, like we see with the Falcon 9 rocket, SpaceX will flow a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps on the Falcon Heavy rocket. That will help to thermally protect the 27 Merlin 1D engines from thermal shock and damage at startup. As we're getting ready to hopefully see the Falcon Heavy liftoff with the Viasat-3 satellite here in about 15 and a half minutes time. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, but for those not with us at that point, this is the third and final of the Viasat-3 series of satellites that will be launched into and operate from a geostationary Earth orbit. Once this rocket flies, 2 of them will have lifted off on a Falcon Heavy vehicle. The second launched on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Before the first launch attempt on Monday, we had the chance to talk with Dave Abrahamian, the Vice President of Satellite Systems for Viasat. In this part of our conversation, we talked about some of the learnings and differences between launching on a vehicle with horizontal integration versus one with vertical integration. So here's that part of our conversation with Viasat's Dave Abrahamian. Having seen now this version of the satellite, the Viasat-3 launch on both the Falcon Heavy as well as an Atlas V over these past several years, how has it been to work with SpaceX as a launch provider? The second time launching on a Falcon Heavy,
Yeah.
one of only a few customers that's launched on the Falcon Heavy that's going up for now the 12th time.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting seeing how all the various launch providers work. SpaceX is, true to their public reputation. They're very quick to iterate. They're very quick to move on anything. But also, you start to, as you dig deeper, you start to see the similarities between all the launch providers. The rigor and the attention to detail, the relentless focus on mission success. They want to be successful as much as we want to be successful. So, having that shared goal is really, really important.
And has there been any challenge or differentiation between the horizontal integration of the Heavy versus the vertical of the Atlas V?
If you had asked me that before F2 happened and before all the weather challenges with stacking F2, I would have said no. But now, having been through that and doing this, there's certainly much more flexibility in not having as many constraints on you when you're doing horizontal integration. It presents its own set of challenges when you have to roll out to the pad, align very carefully to pad infrastructure, and then go vertical. So that's a challenge that Atlas doesn't have. But, each system seems to work for each provider.
And again, our thanks to the folks at Viasat and to Dave for his time on Sunday morning. Currently, T-minus 12 minutes, 32 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of this 12th Falcon Heavy rocket to date. As SpaceX beginning their commentary, their folks noted that there is an 85% chance for favorable weather at liftoff. However, they are watching cloud deck that may be moving over the pad, and so the potential risk is a flight through thick clouds that presents a risk to any rocket because it could generate static electricity and its own lightning, which would, of course, be quite hazardous to the rocket and the payload on board. Also worth noting, if for whatever reason SpaceX is unable to launch today, SpaceX commentators note that there is a 48-hour turnaround because of the need to replenish the RP-1 and LOX prior to another attempt. So again, if SpaceX is unable to launch today, the earliest possible launch opportunity would be this coming Friday, May 1st. Time now, T-minus 8 minutes, 41 seconds and counting to liftoff as planned. 1.5 minutes from now is when the engine chill sequence will go into effect. Call for center core RP1 loading wrapping up. Call for PY RP1 loading complete. That is the side booster. If you're looking at the front, actually from this perspective, that is the booster on the left. That is B1075, which is flying for a 20-second time. Looking at a graphical overlay describing the various pieces of the Falcon Heavy rocket that is flying today.
Has started.
Confirmation of start of the 27 Merlin 1D engine chill down, where SpaceX flows a small amount of LOX through the plumbing and turbo pumps. The payload fairings flying today, one flying for a 25th time, the other for an 18th time.
RP1 load complete.
Second stage.
You're taking a look at a photo of the Viasat satellite as it was being encapsulated inside SpaceX facilities. There was a quick call out for the MY fuel loading being complete. The MY position booster, that is the one on the right from this camera's perspective. That is booster 1072. It flew once before today and is making its second flight after launching NASA's the NASA NOAA GOES-U mission. NOAA is the owner and operator of the satellite. NASA was responsible for flying the mission and arranging the Falcon Heavy as a flight vehicle as part of the launch services program based here at the Kennedy Space Center. Taking a live look at the two landing zones zones 2 and landing zone 40. That's actually landing zone 40 on the left. Yep, landing zone 2 on the right, as labeled by SpaceX. Coming up on the final 5 minutes of the count, strong back retract is set to begin here in about 30 seconds time.
Can recline away from the vehicle.
Falcon Heavy tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Should hear another call regarding strong back retracts at the 4-minute 30-second mark. The reason you may be hearing some additional commentary hopping in every now and again is because there's not a separate distinction between the mission audio loops and the SpaceX commentator. They're all lumped within one audio feed. So unfortunately, we're not able to isolate those because we don't have those coming through in an isolated manner. Four minutes and counting. You can see the clamp arms beneath the payload fairings open up and some clouds covering the Falcon Heavy rocket at the moment, so blocking the sun from the payload fairing perspective. a nice view over at Launch Complex 39A. You can see a lot of the additional infrastructure that's been added in support of SpaceX's future Starship endeavors. Call for one of the side booster liquid oxygen load being complete.
On the right.
Box load complete.
Call for PY LOX load being complete. Again, PY is the booster designated B1075, flying for a 20-second time. If you're looking at the vehicle with the fairing that shows the Viasat logo, it's the booster on the left. Just under 3 minutes now.
LOX load complete.
Call for center core LOX load being complete. All 3 boosters now fully fueled. Waiting for the final tanking milestone coming in about 15 seconds time regarding liquid oxygen load on board the Falcon Heavy second stage.
LOX load complete.
And with that, the Falcon Heavy is fully loaded with nearly 3 million pounds of propellant. You're seeing the ground gas closeouts as they release the remaining liquid oxygen from the feed lines.
Gas closeouts.
Here's that call for gas launch closeouts. Coming up next, as we approach the final minute, the Falcon Heavy will enter into its automated startup sequence. The countdown will be handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon Heavy onboard flight computers.
Falcon Heavy is in startup.
And we are now waiting for the SpaceX launch director to confirm if, in fact, they are go for launch.
Launch director, go for launch.
A good call there. Now, just a little more than 30 seconds away from the planned liftoff of the Falcon Heavy. Tank should pressurize in less than 10 seconds.
30 seconds. T-minus 15.
And here we go in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff. For the 12th time, a Falcon Heavy ascends from Florida's Space Coast. The Heavy has cleared the tower. Falcon Heavy now traveling faster than the speed of sound, supersonic. Vehicle approaching max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Now through max Q, throttling back up. Coming up, a series of events in fairly rapid succession. We'll see side booster engine cutoff, or BECO, at about T plus 2 minutes and 21 seconds. The boosters will then separate. The boosters will perform a flip maneuver about 2.5 minutes into the mission, begin a boost back burn lasting a little bit more than a minute, sending them on a course back towards Florida. Then first stage main engine cutoff of the center core, MECO, will happen just before the 4-minute mark in flight. Then stage separation will happen a few seconds after that. The payload fairings will jettison just past the 4-minute mark. Lots happening. First milestone, less than 20 seconds away. Less than 10 seconds from BECO. Should be at BECO now, watching for separation. You can see there's
And that's show.
NY and PY boost back startup.
Great news. At this point, both Falcon Heavy side boosters are performing the boost back burn. And this is the first of 3 burns that each side booster will undergo on the way back to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
now more than 3 minutes into flight. The next big milestone is the conclusion of the boost back burn, still underway. Watching tracking footage from our cameras here. In just a little more than half a minute, the first stage center core, those 9 Merlin 1D engines will conclude their burn for MECO. And that'll be followed by stage separation a few seconds after that, and then the ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine on the Falcon Heavy upper stage. For those here in Central Florida, and especially in Brevard County, be ready for a double sonic boom as those boosters make their way back for landings at Landing Zone 40 and Landing Zone 2 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
NY and PY boost back shut down.
Main engine cut off.
Stage separation confirmed.
And that's
Fantastic news and a great view there on your screen following stage separation, and we're now looking out for fairing separation.
All vehicles are following a nominal trajectory. Fairing separation confirmed.
And a good view of those payload fairings being deployed, showing the good views of the Viasat-3 F3 spacecraft. The fairing halves will be recovered on this mission as well. Again, one of them flying for a 25th time, another flying for an 18th time. Now about 5 minutes into the mission, in about a minute and a half time, we'll see the start of the side booster entry burn, which will last a little bit more than 15 seconds time. That will help to slow the boosters down as they continue to make their way back to the Cape. Now a little more than 5.5 minutes into the mission. Again, the start of the side boosters entry burn will be at about 6.5 minutes into flight. T plus 6 minutes into flight, we're just about 30 seconds away from the start of the entry burn. keeping our eyes and cameras peeled to the skies for the start of the entry burn. Should be starting in about 5 seconds. Entry burn should be starting in real time. Peering through the clouds to see if we can get those with our ground tracking cameras.
NYPY entry burn startup.
And there's the call out for the entry burn startup for the Falcon Heavy side boosters. This burn is set to last about 15 seconds and again is slowing those vehicles down in preparation for their final burn and landing.
NYPY entry burn shutdown.
And
that is the end of the entry burn. Coming up next will be the start of the landing burn. Each booster will use their center engine to give them a cushioned landing. Again, one of them is targeting landing zone 40, the other landing zone 2. The start of the landing burn is set to begin at about T plus 7 minutes, 41 seconds, less than 20 seconds from now. Good tracking views from our team of the boosters coming in. Boosters traveling below the speed of sound now. Landing burn starting momentarily.
landing burn has started up. This is the final burn before the boosters will touch down.
And good landings at both landing zone 40 and landing zone 2.
The Falcons have landed. As you saw, we had successful landing of Falcon Heavy side boosters. If you were in the vicinity, then you definitely heard those sonic booms on their way down. Now,
shut down.
We just heard the successful cutoff of our second stage engine, and we are waiting for confirmation of good orbit.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And a good call for a nominal orbit insertion here after a jam-packed beginning of the 12th flight of a Falcon Heavy rocket. Now 8 minutes 43 seconds into flight, the next big milestone is coming up at T plus 26 minutes and 5 seconds. That will be the start of the upper stage engine burn lasting about a minute and a half and will allow for readjusting of the orbit. That'll be followed by a significantly longer coast phase, which is why the protective gray band is on the Falcon Heavy upper stage that you saw. That coast between the second and third burns of the Merlin vacuum engine will keep it in that cruising orbit, if you will, until T plus 4 hours, 47 minutes, and 47 seconds before burn number 3. That burn will last less than a minute in duration and put the upper stage on the correct trajectory to allow the Viasat-3 F3 satellite to be released into its geosynchronous transfer orbit at T plus 4 hours, 57 minutes, 31 seconds. But so far, a good start, weather cooperating today with the launch of SpaceX's 12th Falcon Heavy mission so far, making it an even dozen on SpaceX's heavy lift vehicle. If you're just tuning in, you missed one heck of a liftoff and landing. You're taking a live look right now at landing zones 40 on the left, adjacent to Space Launch Complex 40, and landing zone 2 on the right, a little bit further south at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, with 2 good boosters having made their way back to land. The first divergent landing during a Falcon Heavy mission. Previously, SpaceX recovered its 2 side boosters at landing zones 1 and 2. At the end of last year, though, the lease for SpaceX's access to landing zone 1 was allowed to expire. That was intentional because that launch complex will eventually be used by 2 new launch providers, Viasat as well as Phantom Space. They will be the new stewards of Launch Complex 13. Their first flight's not expected for still at least a couple of years as they're working to get their 2 launch vehicles ready for initial flight. So until such a time at which SpaceX is no longer able to use landing zone 2, it still has that as an option for missions like the Falcon Heavy, where it needs to use 2 landing zones. Want to thank all of you who have been with us for the course of the mission so far. We will continue to stay with the flight until SpaceX deploys the Viasat-3 F3 vehicle. So we'll be bringing you views from the Falcon Heavy upper stage once those resume. Right now they are in a visual blackout right now as the upper stage is coasting over the middle of the Atlantic, trending in a direction that will take it over the western tip of the continent of Africa. And as we are continuing on in the coast phase, we will continue to bring you parts of our conversation with Viasat's David Abrahamian, the Vice President of Satellite Systems for Viasat. In this part of our conversation, we talk about where Viasat sits in an increasingly competitive landscape when it comes to satellite communications, both for commercial, residential use, as well as maritime and aviation. Big competitors in this space, obviously, SpaceX with its Starlink constellation, Amazon with the Amazon Leo constellation, which, as a matter of fact, has one more launch coming up tomorrow morning with an Ariane 6 rocket, and others in the marketplace of ideas there. So let's go to this part of our conversation. This is, again, Dave Abrahamian, VP of Satellite Systems at Viasat.
I think Viasat's history really plays into this here because we look at all this as an overall system where we can architect a system. The satellite is a node in the network. So we've got our ground segment, we've got our user terminals, we've got the airborne terminals, we have the satellites, we have the operating systems, everything that goes to make the network operate in a totally integrated and very optimized manner. A lot of our competitors, will, kind of choose a plug-and-play strategy where they'll take an off-the-shelf terminal, whether it's airborne or fixed, an off-the-shelf gateway, and just cobble those together, and it works. But it's not optimizing it, and it tends to lead to higher cost per bit. So, our entire motivation here is to be as competitive as we can be with anybody that's out there. And, one of the key metrics there is the cost per bit. What does it cost us to deliver that bit of data to whoever the customer is? And then, how does that fit into the overall market?
And I'm sure, being where Viasat is now at this point in the constellation, a lot of thoughts gone into, operating in the geospace versus MEO or LEO. Sort of winding the clock back a little bit, why was operating in geostationary orbit the most optimal for this type of product?
Well, when we started this program, Geo was the place to operate. Our strategy goes back to what I mentioned a minute ago in terms of lowest cost per bit. You get the lowest cost per bit by maximizing the payload capability on a particular satellite. So it costs a lot of money to build a satellite, costs a lot of money to launch a satellite. But if you are just packing the satellite with as much payload hardware, basically the money-making portion of the satellite as you can basically amortize those the cost of the launch, the cost of the satellite bus, all that across a much greater base. So that was the basic premise. The basic premise really hasn't changed, though, whether we're operating at GEO, LEO, or MEO. It's all about the cost per bit and being competitive.
And again, our thanks to Viasat and to Dave for his time on Sunday. As you can see, we're just a little more than 18 minutes into the flight of this Falcon Heavy rocket. The upper stage continues on its path, about to fly over the western part of the African continent. You can see the two blips of stage one of those side boosters, and the other that returned back at landing zones 2 and 40 respectively. A good touchdown, a good split for SpaceX in recovering those side boosters, one of them having supported the GOES-U mission back in 2024. Upper stage passing over the Cape Verde Islands at the moment. It appears, based off of the flight path, that the upper stage will pass right over on top of Gambia, south of Senegal. Just before it heads back out over open water, it'll be just to the southwest of Ghana as well. So a good flight so far for SpaceX's 12th Falcon Heavy. Again, the next major milestone in this mission will be the reignition of the Merlin vacuum engine on the rocket's upper stage. That's set to happen at T plus 26 minutes and 5 seconds. So we're about 6 minutes away from that milestone. While we're waiting for that to come up, I want to thank a few folks in the live chat for your support of our coverage today. I want to thank channel members Michael McGrory and Beverly Knuckles for gifting 5 and 10 Spaceflight Now memberships, respectively. So to our 15 newest, actually, Stephen Olive also gifted 5 memberships as well. So to our now 20 newest gifted members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Michael, Beverly, and Stephen in the live chat if you haven't already. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership beyond the month you were just gifted. Also want to thank SG for the $3 super chat. Thank you, SG. Thanks to one of our channel members, Virginia Ramirez, for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Virginia. Jeff Hansen with a $10 super chat, one of our moderators and channel members, who says, this of course coming prior to liftoff, go Kennedy, go SpaceX, go Falcon Heavy, go Viasat-3, and Godspeed 1072, 1075, and 1098, the 3 Falcon boosters that supported today's launch. Also want to thank Glenn Ashworth for the $2 super chat. one of our channel members as well, and to Rick St. Hilaire for a $5 super chat. Thank you all so much for your support of our live coverage today. Taking a look at the clock, we are just about 22 minutes post liftoff. SpaceX is set to reignite the Merlin vacuum engine here in about 3 minutes time now. No, 4 minutes. 26 minutes, 5 seconds. Time now T plus 23 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. Based on the map, it looks like the Falcon Heavy, as it's currently about 164 kilometers above the Earth's surface, passing over the country Côte d'Ivoire, about to head out over the waters of the Gulf of Guinea.
And thank you for joining us for our first Falcon Heavy mission since October 2024. Falcon Heavy is delivering to orbit the third of 3 ultra-high capacity satellites for Viasat. Today's launch marks a significant milestone as Viasat completes its Viasat-3 constellation. We had an on-time liftoff this morning at 10:13 a.m. Eastern Time, and prior to booster separation, we successfully throttled down one engine on each side of the cores immediately before separation. And this is done to manage the loads between each side booster and the center core, which led to successful booster separation and landing at landing zones 2 and 40. Next, the MVAC engine on the second stage will reignite for its second burn, referred to as SES-2. That's coming up in a little over a minute at the T plus 26 minute mark. The payload on board today takes advantage of Falcon Heavy's capabilities, weighing about 6 metric tons and featuring a solar array with a wingspan of 144 feet. The satellite's solar arrays are expected to generate greater than 25 kilowatts of power. And the payload itself is about 24 feet in length and was designed and manufactured by Viasat. Viasat is a leading global technology company helping transform the world through connectivity. The Viasat-3 constellation is an important part of Viasat's global multi-orbit network designed to add significant capacity that is secure, reliable, and highly flexible. Now, this upcoming MVAC burn in about 20 seconds from now will be the second of 3 total burns to deliver the Viasat-3 Flight 3 payload to its required orbit. While we wait for that burn, enjoy these outstanding views of both the MVAC and the payload. The MVAC engine has relit, and this burn is expected to last a little bit more than a minute. Once in service, Viasat-3 Flight 3 is expected to provide more than 1 terabit per second of broadband capacity over the Asia-Pacific region, more than doubling the bandwidth capacity of Viasat's entire fleet of satellites. Each Viasat-3 satellite is designed to steer capacity between beams to deliver bandwidth when and where it's needed most, which is important to meet the needs of aviation, maritime, defense, and home internet customers, where the location of high-demand hotspots can change over the course of the day. We still have about 30 seconds left in the ongoing MVAC burn. Beautiful view here of that glowing MVAC nozzle extension, and that's just one feature of the MVAC that makes it uniquely optimized to perform in the vacuum of space.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And as you could see on your screen, we had a successful second shutdown of the MVAC engine on the second stage. And there are, of course, more events coming up, including the third restart of the MVAC engine and, of course, payload deploy. So in the meantime, we'll leave you with these incredible views and some awesome space jams.
And as you just heard, the upper stage will continue on in this coast phase until T plus 4 hours, 47 minutes, 47 seconds post liftoff. So a long coast for the upper stage, which is why the gray thermal protective band is on the rocket's upper stage to make sure that the propellant, the RP1, remains at a good temperature and doesn't freeze during this excessively long coast phase. Time now T plus 29 minutes, 52 seconds and counting post liftoff. Mission still going well following a good second burn of the upper stage engine. As tends to be the case, there is always quite a bit going on with Spaceflight here and other upcoming missions. So in the interlude of the coast phase, we're going to be doing some reconfiguration on our end in preparation for some other events happening later today, including this afternoon when we're expecting to hear from NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who will be making his first trip to space on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. We'll be hearing from him later today about his upcoming mission alongside his two colleagues on board. Again, a Soyuz vehicle that will head up to the International Space Station to relieve the current crew on board the Russian segment. In the meantime, though, want to go ahead and give you a little bit of a catch-up for those who haven't had a chance to watch our video on the history of the Falcon Heavy, now that the 12th mission is currently midway through its flight. Let's go ahead and wind the clock back a little bit and give you the scope of Falcon Heavy history past and Falcon Heavy history yet to be made.
10, 9, 8.
More than a year and a half ago, on October 14th, 2024,
3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy with Europa Clipper.
the SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket took to the skies over Florida. This 70-meter tall rocket, using the full power of all three boosters,
Europa Clipper, separation confirmed.
to send NASA's Europa Clipper spacecraft on its way to begin its years-long journey to one of Jupiter's best-known moons, Europa. This was just the 11th Falcon Heavy launch to date. A far more common sight is seeing SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which has launched more than 630 times as of publishing this video. The Falcon Heavy, however, is a spectacle that can draw thousands to Brevard County, especially
watch as they touch down
when its two side boosters come back to land at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That will be the case with the upcoming launch of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. The last time we did a video explicitly about SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket was back in July of 2023. And as you can imagine, there have been a number of developments concerning SpaceX's heavy lift rocket since then. Here's what you need to know.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Stop. Go Falcon Heavy.
The first flight of a Falcon Heavy was back in February of 2018. No customer payload was on board, but it did contain the Tesla Roadster belonging to SpaceX founder Elon Musk. We'll come back to that Roadster a little bit later. The mission also marked the first double landing of Falcon boosters back at the Cape. A little more than a year later, in April 2019,
2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
came the launch of the Arabsat-6A mission for customer Arabsat. SpaceX was successful in initially landing all three of the boosters, but the core booster was lost at sea. A few months after that, in June 2019,
2, 1, 0. Ignition.
the Space Test Program 2, STP-2 for short, launched on behalf of the U.S. Air Force. It also carried a secondary payload called LightSail-2, a mission crowdfunded by the Planetary Society. Like with the Arabsat-6A mission, SpaceX once again tried to land the center booster, but this time it missed the drone ship entirely and was lost. It would be nearly 2.5 years before another mission needed the Falcon Heavy. That was the United States Space Force, or USSF, 44 mission. It was the first classified payload for a Falcon Heavy, and the first mission where SpaceX used the rocket to send a payload into a direct geosynchronous Earth orbit. So while the side boosters were recovered, there was no plan to try and save the center booster, tail number 1051. SpaceX has since foregone any attempts to recover the center booster. Those side boosters came into service again in January 2023 during the launch of the USSF 67 mission. Once again, the center core, this time B-1070, was expended, and the side boosters B-1064 and B-1065 returned to the Cape. 2023, in fact, was a pretty big year for the Falcon Heavy. After the USSF 67 mission in January, it was followed by the Viasat-3 Americas, the first fully expendable Falcon Heavy mission, and then the Jupiter 3/EchoStar 24 flight in July, which did see a recovery of the two side boosters, 1064 and 1065. Those boosters would then go on to return for a fourth time to support the launch of NASA's Psyche mission, a spacecraft designed to rendezvous with a metal-rich asteroid.
Psyche is an incredibly important mission for SpaceX. It is the first Falcon Heavy launch we're having for NASA, and it is also the first launch for SpaceX that has required what's called Category 3 certification. This is the highest tier of certification one can get on a launch vehicle. It demonstrates that the launch vehicle is ready for NASA's most important science missions. That means Falcon Heavy has been through the ringer, whether that's design reviews, qualification testing, acceptance testing, post-flight data reviews, independent verification and validation work. Falcon Heavy is ready, and we are so excited to have Falcon Heavy be supporting the Psyche mission.
The two side boosters, 1064 and 1065, returned yet again in December of that year to support the launch of the X-37B, a military spaceplane operated by the Department of the Air Force. Following a static fire test at Launch Complex 39A and after the rocket returned to the hangar, we spoke with Dr. Walt Lauderdale about what he and the U.S. Space Force were learning about working with this reusable heavy-lift rocket.
First mission I had a chance to do and we followed was STP-2 back in June of 2019, which was the first reuse of side cores after Viasat-3. So we got our first look at that, but it's a little different kind of following along with our teammates elsewhere in SFC. But going into the campaigns, we had first flight hardware with SF-44 beginning of last November, and then we turned around 2 months later with reuse, and we're able to use those same cores again for SF-67, which was a terrific partnership, making sure that we could use that for the first time. And then we had planned to use them for the third time until we had to move our launch out of the summer, and they've since had an opportunity to be used with a commercial launch and then with NASA's Psyche mission. One of the things that was a benefit, and I can't remember if I touched on it before, GPS-36 had first been flown for a crew mission, and we took advantage of NASA's work in evaluating that booster, and we didn't repeat what we didn't need to. It was the first opportunity for us to actually benchmark our processes for nominal work against what NASA did, and it was a good collaboration with NASA. We were able to do something similar with NASA LSP, the Launch Services Program, for the work they did in evaluating the side cores after the commercial launch to get ready for Psyche. So we were able to use their work and input that us to make it a little simpler for us getting ready for this mission. So this will be a fifth flight for the boosters. It'll be, of course, the furthest number of flights for a side core for us, but it really sets the stage for some flexibility, reuse as a whole, because as busy as our manifest is going to be, and there's always the potential for the missions moving around, being confident in any of the boosters that are in SpaceX's inventory without us having to do a bunch of extra work is a tremendous benefit to us and to the warfighter in terms of putting that capability on orbit.
Engines full power and liftoff of Falcon Heavy.
As with previous missions, once again, after a good liftoff of the rocket,
Landing leg deploy.
the two side boosters safely landed back at landing zones 1 and 2 at Cape Canaveral.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Six months later, in June 2024,
2, 1.
the launch of the GOES-U spacecraft on behalf of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. NASA was responsible for procuring the Falcon Heavy as a launch vehicle as part of its Launch Services Program. Prior to the mission launching, Juliana Scheiman, SpaceX's Director of NASA Science Missions, described some of the unique properties of this mission for the Falcon Heavy.
The GOES spacecraft operates more than 35,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth in an orbit called geostationary orbit. This is an incredibly high-energy orbit that necessitates an incredibly powerful rocket to get there. And it's this orbit that drives the extended payload deploy. So payload deploy for this mission will be 4.5 hours after liftoff. One of the other unique things about this mission is we partnered very closely with NASA and with Lockheed to leverage Falcon Heavy's performance. So much so that this launch of GOES-U will be the most performance launch. We'll have the most performance a GOES spacecraft has seen on orbit. And what that means is the spacecraft can preserve propellant and extend its overall mission lifetime. So that's something we worked in coordination with NASA and Lockheed, and something we're really proud to enable for the GOES team.
Ignition and liftoff.
The most recent Falcon Heavy to take off from Florida was also the sixth and final flight for the side boosters 1064 and 1065. Another NASA mission, Europa Clipper, required the full might of the Falcon Heavy rocket to begin its journey out to the Galilean moon of Europa. It's expected to arrive in April 2030 to begin studying the icy moon, thought to have liquid subsurface lakes beneath its icy exterior.
Europa Clipper is the largest spacecraft NASA has ever developed for planetary exploration, and it will be traveling over 1.8 billion miles from Earth, which means it needs a powerful rocket to get there. Falcon Heavy provides over 5 million pounds of thrust and will launch Europa Clipper on an Earth escape trajectory. Falcon Heavy is giving Europa Clipper its all, sending the spacecraft to the farthest destination we've ever sent, which means the mission requires the maximum performance, so we won't be recovering the boosters tomorrow. I don't know about you guys, but I can't think of a better mission to sacrifice boosters for, where we might have an opportunity to discover life in our own solar system. How cool is that?
While Europa Clipper was the final launch of a Falcon Heavy until now in 2026, there were still big things happening behind the scenes. Out west at Vandenberg Space Force Base, SpaceX was working with the Department of the Air Force to acquire the lease for Space Launch Complex 6, the former home of United Launch Alliance's Delta IV rockets. The final launch of a ULA Delta IV Heavy rocket came in September 2022. In April 2023, the Air Force announced that SpaceX would be leasing the pad for its Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy rockets. The Department of the Air Force announced in December 2024 that it was preparing an environmental impact statement regarding SpaceX's planned use of Slick 6. And after going through public hearings and receiving public comment, on October 14, 2025, the Department of the Air Force published its final environmental impact statement and a decision of record. The combination now allows SpaceX to not only launch up to 5 Falcon Heavy rockets per year from Slick 6, but it also increased the number of Falcon 9 rocket launches allowed between both Slick 6 and Slick 4 East, up from the previously permitted 70. SpaceX was also permitted to construct a new hangar south of the horizontal integration facility and north of Slick 6 to support future integration work. The timeline for when this pad will begin supporting Falcon launches is unclear. Meanwhile, back in Florida in late 2025, SpaceX decided to stand down from launching Falcon 9 rockets from Launch Complex 39A and focus explicitly on Falcon Heavy and Starship launches. After the Viasat-3 F3 launch, SpaceX's next Falcon Heavy rocket is set to launch the moon-bound Griffin 1 mission for Astrobotic no earlier than July. This is part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program, or CLPS for short. And then later, in September, another Falcon Heavy rocket will launch NASA's Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. That observatory recently finished its final major assembly at the Goddard Spaceflight Center in Maryland and is getting ready to head to Florida for pre-launch testing.
Now, our team dedicated over a decade of their lives and millions of hours to make this project a reality. Because of their hard work, I have the privilege of announcing today that we are now targeting an early September launch, 8 months ahead of schedule and under budget. To everyone at Goddard and across all our centers, congratulations. I hope each of you take pride in what you've accomplished.
And there are plenty of other missions yet to come for the Falcon Heavy. Those include NASA's Dragonfly mission, heading to Saturn's moon Titan, and the European Space Agency's Rosalind Franklin rover, bound for Mars, both slated to launch in 2028. And there are several other missions ordered by the U.S. Space Force and the National Reconnaissance Office that will call upon the Falcon Heavy over the rest of the decade as well. With its super heavy lift rocket Starship still in the development stages, the Falcon Heavy will continue to be an important piece of SpaceX's launch portfolio for years to come. Oh, and as for Musk's Tesla Roadster, the latest tracking data assessed by Dr. Jonathan McDowell show it's about 1.62 astronomical units, or roughly 242 million kilometers from the Sun. It's approaching its next aphelion, or the point in its orbit at which it'll be furthest from the Sun. Reporting for Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith.
Great job there from Will. Moving from the history of the Falcon Heavy program to the present, we're 46 minutes into the flight of the Viasat-3 F3 mission. This is quite a long coast. It's going to run about 4 hours and 20 minutes, and we're a little over we got a little over 4 hours before the next major event of the mission, which is third burn of the Falcon second stage Merlin vacuum engine that is coming up at around the 4-hour, 48-minute mark. So we'll continue to bring you views of the Falcon Heavy upper stage. And tracking maps from SpaceX whenever the downlink signal is lost, as we continue to follow this mission through to deployment. Will be back to cover that. The deployment coming up in 4 hours and 10 minutes. Until then, we'll leave you with a little light listening and let you enjoy the views coming from space. We're now 2 hours into this mission of the Falcon Heavy with the Viasat-3 F3 satellite aboard. This coast phase will continue for another 2 3/4 hours before the Merlin vacuum engine you see on your screen now ignites for a 43-second burn, its third burn of the day. That will be followed 10 minutes later by deployment of the Viasat-3 satellite. Stay with us, we're putting together some launch replays. And we'll continue to bring you views from the Falcon Heavy upper stage as the mission progresses. We're now 2.5 hours into the flight of the Falcon Heavy. You're looking at the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage, now looking upwards at the Viasat-3 F3 spacecraft. You can see its solar arrays folded up. Those will deploy along with the spacecraft's antenna system. Once all those appendages are unfurled in space, this particular satellite is so large it would cover the extent of a football field. Has a huge mesh antenna that once this satellite reaches its perch in geostationary orbit will provide data throughput of up to a terabyte per second, or terabit per second. We're currently in a 4-hour and 20-minute coast phase, and there's another 2 hours and 15 minutes or so before the next ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine. That will be a 43-second burn. Following that, the deployment of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite will occur, and that's about 9 minutes following the end of that burn. Stay tuned. We'll continue to bring you views from the Falcon Heavy upper stage, and we're also getting some launch and landing replays ready for you. We had quite a few cameras out in the field to capture this morning's launch, and we're going to put together the best views that we have from them. The cloud cover unfortunately blocked a number of our views on portions of the flight, but we do have some excellent footage to share with you later. I'll return you to the soothing music as we continue to follow this flight of the Falcon Heavy. We're 3 hours and 18 minutes and 52 seconds into this flight of the Falcon Heavy rocket. We're also about 90 minutes away from the next burn of the Merlin vacuum engine on the Falcon Heavy upper stage. That 43-second burn coming up at the 4-hour, 47-minute and 47-second mark in this flight. The upper stage is currently at an altitude of 28,375 kilometers. It's heading to a geostationary transfer orbit where it will drop off the satellite. It will then maneuver into its final operating altitude before a checkout period, and it's starting its work relaying internet services to mobile users. Has a capacity of 1 terabit per second using a massive mesh style antenna. We're working on launch replays, and we'll have those for you shortly. So stay tuned for those and for the deployment of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. We're now less than an hour away from the deployment of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. The Falcon Heavy second stage continues to coast, now approaching an altitude of 31,000 kilometers. Coming up in less than 50 minutes is the 43-second burn of that Merlin vacuum engine you see on your screen now. That will complete the Falcon Heavy's job to deliver the satellite to a geostationary transfer orbit. Following the completion of that burn will come the deployment of the satellite about 9 minutes later. Stay tuned, we'll have some launch replays for you. And until then, continue to enjoy the views of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite that you're seeing now and the Merlin vacuum engine of the second stage. We're now 4 hours, 27 minutes and 35 seconds into the flight of the Falcon Heavy rocket. The upper stage of the Falcon Heavy is now at an altitude of 32,184 kilometers. We're approaching the SES-3 burn, the second engine start. That burn is now less than 20 minutes away. So stay tuned for the conclusion of the Viasat-3 F3 mission. We're continuing to get views from the second stage of the Falcon Heavy, showing both the Merlin vacuum engine, which is visible here, and the satellite itself atop the second stage. So enjoy these views, and we'll also be bringing you our launch replay very soon. We're now about 5 minutes away from the third burn of the Falcon Heavy upstage. That stage currently at an altitude of 32,590 kilometers. Starting to see the chill down sequence underway on that engine. The venting that you're seeing is part of the process to prepare the engine for ignition to avoid any thermal shock once the super cold propellant starts flowing. about a minute away now from that third burn of the Merlin vacuum engine on the Falcon Heavy upper stage. That burn should last about 43 seconds. The view now is of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. You can see the solar arrays that are stacked up, folded in preparation for deployment later in the mission. Those arrays will be deployed soon after the deployment of the satellite. Those arrays are capable of generating 25 kilowatts of power. You can see the moon above the Merlin vacuum engine nozzle there. Just seconds away from the burn.
Now, this burn that is now underway is expected to last about 40 seconds. Viasat is a leading global technology company helping to transform the world through connectivity. The MVAC engine is currently performing the final burn required to place Viasat-3 Flight 3 into orbit. This payload today is designed to add more than 1 terabit per second of broadband capacity to Viasat's network over the Asia-Pacific region. Now we're approaching the conclusion of this second stage MVAC burn.
Looks like the burn is complete.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And the SpaceX controllers confirming a nominal orbit insertion. A 43-second burn has placed the satellite in just the right spot for its deployment into geostationary transfer orbit. The Viasat-3 F3 satellite will be stationed over the Pacific to provide coverage for the Asia-Pacific region. It will deliver 1 terabits of data through its giant beam-forming antenna. It will serve customers at home and in business, and also provide internet coverage to aircraft and vessels at sea. The next event will be the deployment of the Starlink. I'm stuck in Starlink world here. The deployment of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. And you can really see the altitude that the Falcon Heavy has climbed to now, 32,728 kilometers above Earth, crescent Earth, just drifting through the frame here. We're less than 5 minutes from the deployment of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. Coming up after deployment, we'll have our launch replays for you. Quite spectacular views coming in from the cameras on the Falcon Heavy upper stage. The sun now drifting through the field of view. We just saw the Earth pass through the frame of the camera on the other side of the Falcon Heavy upper stage. And prior to the burn, we also saw the moon above the nozzle of the Merlin vacuum engine. We're now about 3 minutes away from deployment of this massive satellite. Weighs in at 6 tons. And that's metric tons for those keeping count of their units. There once again is the Earth drifting through the field of view. We're about a minute away for deployment of the satellite. You can see that Viasat-3 F3 spacecraft atop the adapter ring on the second stage. Deployment now moments away. And there we have it, deployment of the Viasat-3 F3 satellite into a geostationary transfer orbit, drifting away from the second stage of the Falcon Heavy with the Earth drifting through the field of view. You can see those solar arrays that are folded against the side of the spacecraft that will deploy to generate 53 kilowatts of power. So it appears SpaceX is now ending its views from the onboard cameras. So we're taking a look back at Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. But we're about ready to show you our launch replays. These views were compiled by our team of photographers, Adam Bernstein, John Pisani, Pete Carstens, and Chuck Briggs. We have edited the views together because of the cloud cover that we were facing today. So we will be showing more of a compilation of clips rather than individual isolated replays. But I think you'll agree these are the best of the bunch. The first view was the fixed camera. Now we have the wide. Site and the flag pole at the Kennedy Space Center press site. Now the turn basin view. Now we're looking at views of the entry burn. And there's touchdown of the booster. Another view of the booster descent from the tighter view from Peak Costans. This booster coming into landing zone 2 at Cape Canaveral. Now taking a look at our fixed views. These cameras set up by Adam Bernstein. This is booster coming into landing zone 40. Sonic booms followed by the delayed audio from the engine. And here's the view from LZ2. So with that, we'll move on to the stats for this flight of the Falcon Heavy with the Viasat-3 F3 satellite. This was the 22nd flight of Falcon Booster 1075, one of the side boosters. The first flight of Falcon Booster 1098, and also the last, as the core booster was expended over the Atlantic Ocean. The second flight for Falcon Booster 1075, the second side booster on this mission. It was the 12th Falcon Heavy launch to date, the first Falcon Heavy launch of 2026, the 566th reflight of Falcon boosters, the 166th orbital launch for SpaceX in the last 365 days, and the 126th SpaceX orbital launch from Pad 39A and overall the 220th launch from this historic pad. Taking a look at the bar chart, you can see the continuing increase year over year SpaceX has achieved with its launch cadence up to 51 launches in 2026. Looking at the recovery stats, it's the 17th landing at Landing Zone 2, the third landing for the landing zone at Space Launch Complex 40, known as LZ-40, the 73rd landing in Florida, 160th SpaceX landing on land overall, and the 605th SpaceX booster landing, including those that landed on drone ships at sea. And including the 2 flights of New Glenn that successfully landed, this is the 607th overall booster landing. Turning to the space industry stats, it's the 32nd orbital launch from Florida this year, the 58th orbital launch from U.S. soil, the 64th orbital launch from a U.S. rocket company, including those by Rocket Lab, the 101st orbital launch attempt globally this year, and out of those there have been 6 orbital launch failures. Take a look at the pie chart, the U.S. remaining ahead with 64 launches this year. So with that, I just want to thank everyone who helped put this broadcast together, to Will Robinson-Smith, who provided commentary for the liftoff and ascent of the Falcon Heavy, to Adam Bernstein and John Pisani, who set up cameras here on the Space Coast to capture this launch, to Pete Costens and Chuck Briggs for their tracking support, and to our moderators in the chat. I believe we had Eb Teresa there. We may have had some others, so sorry if I'm missing those names, but we very much appreciate the support we get from our moderation team. Also, a big thanks to Cumulus Granatus for answering questions in the chat. And especially a big thanks to all of you for joining us for this live coverage of the 12th flight of a SpaceX Falcon Heavy, which currently is the most powerful operational vehicle in the SpaceX fleet. So with that, I'll wish you a very good day. Join us later tonight for a launch of a Falcon 9 from the West Coast. But until then, goodbye.